What's up, what's up, what's up? Super excited for today's stream because we're finally going to get into Android UI automation. Never been done, not as far as I know. We're going to try to use an Android app from another Android app. At least that's the long-term goal. For today, it's just basic, sort of getting stuff set up, figuring it out, just doing a basic sort of hello world. So we're going to do that in about 30 minutes, maybe an hour, because first I want to pick up where we left off last night in Elden Ring, because there are so many cool boss fights that we have on our plate. So let's just load that game up. Here we go. All right. Can't hear it. There we go. All right. So let's see. We left off in the Ainsel River. Haven't been here in a while. Initially, we had entered from the overworld. Where was that? It was in Liurnia. I thought it was this cave down here. I guess not. Stillwater Cave. Nope, that wasn't it. I thought there were ants in it. How did we get in there? I'm not sure. You know, maybe we'll find out. River Well. Oh, it's the River Well. Right. On the eastern coast of Liurnia. So, it looks like there's a boss fight room over here. Or this is where we showed up. Okay, so this is not the boss fight room. This is where we washed up after we got in a coffin. Can we go back there? Like, can we just get in this coffin? Does not appear. Does not appear like that's a two-way trip. That's a one-way trip. That makes sense. But yeah, basically, to recap, we started off down here in the Siofra River Well. We fought twin gargoyles, and then we got into a coffin, which magically levitated us all the way to the roots of the Erd Tree, which we don't even have a map for. That was a cool area. There was a wandering mausoleum. There was a crucible knight, a boss. And then, yeah, we got in another coffin, jumped off a waterfall, and we washed up here. So we're going to travel south through this room where there's a terrifying boss of some sort. I think we've been here before yet, like from the south. So, yeah, let's just explore this a little bit. And finish up that podcast from last night. Can I use my horse? No, I cannot. All right. Let me turn on that podcast. 1 second.
And entered into a new type of business relationship with a family friend named Reginald Sprague. Reggie and his family got the money together to open their own Howard Johnson's restaurant in Orleans, Mass., which is on Cape Cod. Reggie cooked, his wife Gladys was the hostess, and their daughters waited tables. And even though they did not work for Howard Johnson, they followed Johnson's business plan and recipes to the letter because they knew Johnson's system worked. It had proven itself in Quincy. And then, when Howard Johnson's customers vacationed down on the Cape, To their delight, there was the Hojos they knew and loved from back home. The food and the ice cream was just as good, and most importantly, they knew what they were getting as...
All right, there's a terrifying insect or something hanging from the ceiling over there. It's got pinchers. It's like an eldritch horror. Reminds me of an amygdala from Bloodborne with all of its arms. These guys are tanky. Barnacle boys. Love that hand lantern. They kind of remind me of the crystal miners. They're like drilling. At least that's what their spears remind me of. I thought maybe that was one of those dung beetles. Oh my gosh. Can I hide behind this wall? Okay, it has gravity magic. It kind of reminds me of the Starfallen Beast. They both use gravity magic. They both have pinchers. Maybe they're like different morphs of the same species, like a queen bee versus a worker bee. Okay, that doesn't do that much damage. Is this just a regular flower? It's got kind of a black hue to it, or is that just because it's dimly lit? Oh, I missed my chance for a critical attack. That's okay. Well, hello.
They traveled. So yeah, that first Hojo's franchise on the Cape was a huge hit. The Sprogs made enough profit in 2 years to pay off the initial $17,000 loan that they took out to start that store, and Howard Johnson got a new stream of revenue, the franchise fee the Sprogs paid to use Hojo's brand and recipes. There was no financial risk at all for Johnson, only potential reward. It was the Sprogs, the franchisees, who took on the financial risk of their own store. The Sprogs took out...
Is that Frenzy? Like the red-eyed Frenzy? Frenzied Flame, that's what it's called. They had that in Bloodborne as well, but it was just called Frenzy. Yeah, these flowers don't spit poison, they spit Frenzied Flame.
The loan, and the Sprogs put in the elbow grease. They were owners, so they were motivated to put in that elbow grease. The more ice cream and hot dogs they sold, the more money they made because they owned the business, and they used their local knowledge and connections to drive sales. This is business format franchising in its best case scenario. It combines the scale, efficiency, and brand recognition of a national chain with the pride and purpose of small business ownership. People running their own stores are probably going to work harder and smarter than people who are just punching the clock for a faceless corporate overlord. Of course, the problem with franchising, from the franchisor's perspective, from Mr. Johnson's perspective, Mr. Howard Johnson's perspective, the problem for his perspective is the lack of control. You know? You sell someone the right to represent your brand, and if they cut costs too deeply, or if they just suck at their jobs, or if they just have like a radically different vision for the brand, you have limited options to bring your franchisee to heel, because they do not work for you. You cannot fire them. And yet they are doing business under your brand name and could ruin your brand's reputation by giving customers a non-standard experience. Howard Johnson, per usual, was way ahead of things. He saw this control problem coming miles away. So one thing he did was continue opening up his own centrally owned locations called company stores. Howard Johnson preferred to own his own stores himself. He generally only resorted to franchising when he couldn't raise the necessary capital to keep up with his expansion plans. He'd be poring over traffic maps, figuring out the exact right place in Danbury, Connecticut or wherever to build a roadside restaurant. But then he wouldn't have the liquid cash to open a store, so rather than let the location eventually go to a potential competitor, he would find a...
Oh my god, that thing is so cool. I can usually shield those gravity attacks. Yeah, it's got a skull. It does not have very much health. Nice. A skull with an eye inside of it. Huh. Well, that wasn't very hard to kill, and didn't give a very good drop. I guess I was supposed to do this earlier. Like, I've been able to reach this area ever since reaching Liurnia. So, yeah, is that it? I think that might be the only thing I didn't do last time I was here. Oh, maybe I'll go buy out that merchant. Oh, there's also this room. I haven't been there yet. Let's go check that out.
local franchisee. And Howard did a million other ridiculously smart things. He looked at demographic trends. He realized the baby boomer generation had just been born. Restaurants with kids menus and booster seats would do very well for the next 20 years or so that's what he offered at his restaurants. And he expanded into lodging, helping to establish the concept of the motel, a roadside hotel that's convenient for motor vehicle travelers, and you're confident it's safe because it's got Howard Johnson's name on it. And, of course, Johnson established a uniform orange-roofed look for all of his stores, which made them easily identifiable from all the way up on the highway. He wrote the Howard Johnson's Bible. They called it the Bible, an exhaustive handbook prescribing how a franchisee should run a Howard Johnson's establishment. And his lawyers wrote clauses into franchise agreements allowing Hojo's to take its name back from a franchisee that failed to uphold standards. The guy just kept winning and winning until he died in 1972, at which point the winning stopped. Howard Johnson had sent his son Bud to Harvard Business School, and he gradually passed the business over to his son. And Bud proved capable in his own way, but he seemed to be like the wrong leader for the times he was given. Hojo's faced tougher competition from cheaper fast food chains imitating their franchise model with simpler menus, and the 1973 oil crisis spiked the price of gasoline, which meant that people drove around a whole lot less in the United States, and so sales slumped. Bud Johnson had to do something to balance the books, and unfortunately what he did was cut food quality. I think right around the time my dad was scooping ice cream for a Howard Johnson somewhere. Hojo's became kind of an old-fashioned, stuffy place with bad food that still cost more than McDonald's, and so things went south, and...
Who's this guy? Is this an NPC? Oh. Nope, that is not an NPC. And there's another creepy insect creature down there. That's pretty cool. Is this how I get on top of it? It is. This is how I kill it. There's a chest. Alright, we'll see what's in here and then we'll go kill that thing. Oh wow. That's a cool weapon. Can I survive that? Maybe I can sort of break my fall on this doorway. Nice. Nice. Oh, wow. That thing is so terrifying. It's hard to hit. Doesn't do much damage. Doesn't have much health. It's just very scary. Alright, got it. Didn't drop anything either. Well, that's too bad. I remember being down there. Oh, there's a merchant. Right.
And Bud sold out in 1979 to Britain's Imperial Tobacco Company, which sold it in turn to competitor Marriott, which rebranded most of the remaining locations, and the last Howard Johnson's restaurant closed in 2022, last year. It was in Lake George, New York. It's gone. But some of the hotels remain, and the basic franchise model lived on. And on. And on. Another center of growth in the early restaurant franchise business was soft serve ice cream. All ice cream starts off as soft ice cream. When you do the initial churn of your cream, and your milk and your sugar in very cold conditions, you churn it, you slowly create a whole bunch of tiny little ice crystals, and you whip in air as the mixture solidifies, and there, you've got soft ice cream. It is intoxicatingly good, but it is ephemeral. In the open air, soft ice cream melts almost as fast as you can eat it. In the freezer, it converts into hard ice cream, the kind of ice cream you have to dose out with a specialized scooper that can cut through such a hard substance. That's the old-fashioned kind of ice cream that my dad scooped at Hojo's. Newfangled ice cream emerged in the mid-20th century as several inventors working on parallel tracks invented these machines that continuously churned ice cream, thus making soft ice cream continuously available. You just extrude one serving at a time out of the churning machine. It works as long as the customer eats it right then and there, so it makes sense for like a stand or a restaurant. Quickly, these new soft ice cream pioneers realized that you could make soft ice cream in these new machines with much less butter fat than you need for hard ice cream, which means you can use a cheaper mixture because cream is expensive, plus the lower fat mixtures arguably come out better from a soft serve machine, or maybe they're just cheaper and they convinced us that it's better. Problem is, ice cream is one of those basic products for which the US government has established standards of identity that specify things like minimum butterfat content, which meant that these new soft serve operators could not sell their product as ice cream. No worries, we'll call it something random instead, like, I don't know, Dairy Queen. We'll call it Dairy Queen or something. That's what J.F. McCullough and his son Alex figured when they invented their own soft serve formula in 1938. They convinced a family friend named Sherb Noble to sell this new Dairy Queen substance from his ice cream shop in Kankakee, Illinois, and it was a massive instant hit. But it was all like hand scooped. They did not have those continuous freezer extruder machines yet. The McCulloughs had envisioned some kind of machine that would do that job, but they didn't know how to build it. Eventually, they found a guy across the state line in Hammond, Indiana, a guy named Harry Oltz, who had designed one of the early continuous churn machines, and then they were off to the races. Under the agreement they hatched out, the McCulloughs would have exclusive rights to use and license the machine in Illinois and territories west, while Harry Oltz would have the rights in the east. And he would also get to use the Dairy Queen name and recipe, and he would also get a couple of cents for every gallon of mix sent through any one of his machines. But these were the war years in the U.S., in World War II, and there was not a lot of investment capital around to start businesses that were outside of the military-industrial complex, and so Dairy Queen relied on franchising to fuel growth. And it was another Harry who really made that happen, Harry Axine, I guess it'd be pronounced, Harry Axine, another guy who is sometimes called the father of franchising. Harry Axine was a farm implement salesman. That's how he learned about franchising. And what he did at Dairy Queen was sell territories, not individual franchises. He'd find a guy who could be like the territory operator for a set of counties in Wisconsin or wherever, and he would sell that guy the territory rights, and then that guy, the territory operator, would sell rights to individual franchisees who would open up their individual stores in that territory. This made things much simpler for Dairy Queen, and they could make a ton of cash fast by selling off the rights for a gigantic territory in one swoop. Harry Axine left the company and did it all again in 1950 with his new Tasty Freeze chain, immortalized by John Mellencamp in his song Jack and Diane. Johnny Cougar, as he was known at the time, is a son of Indiana. Indiana is right next to Illinois, and both Dairy Queen and Tasty Freeze emanated out of Joliet, Illinois, because Harry Axine. And I think that like walk-up soft serve ice cream stands remain a particularly Midwestern thing to this day. I mean, it exists elsewhere, but I think of it as a particularly Midwestern thing. Though, on the more populated and urbanized East Coast, in the New York area, a Greek ice cream truck driver named Tom Carvel invented his own soft serve machines, and that's how a New Yorker like my dad grew up with at least some soft ice cream in a world that was a world away from like Mellencamp country, where my mom was growing up. Carvel, Dairy Queen, and Tasty Freeze all used franchising to fuel their growth. But they generally did it by selling ice cream machines and the rights to use them. That's how they made money, not by taking a cut of total sales or anything like that. They sold the machines and the rights to use the machines within a given territory. The problem with that model is that it gave them very little control over the franchisees, and so one Dairy Queen could be totally different and way worse or way better than the next Dairy Queen on the highway. Not a great situation. And when all you do is sell the freezers, you end up with market saturation problems. You've sold that franchisee all of the freezers he's going to need for the next 5 or 10 years. So how do you make money off of that location now? The business person who could combine the quality control of Howard Johnson's with the accessibility, simplicity, and low price point of a soft ice cream stand, that person would make themselves very wealthy indeed. And that is what Ray Kroc did. In 1952, American Restaurant Magazine ran a story about a then unique walk-up burger restaurant in San Bernardino, California. It was a walk-up store that was designed, kind of ironically, for drivers. You would park your car, then walk up to the window and avail yourself of a self-serve system that would spit out a burger, drink, and fries for you in 20 seconds. That was the hook that the McDonald brothers had come up with. The article about them was read by lots of people in the business, including a middle-aged milkshake machine salesman from Illinois named Ray Kroc. He was making some sales calls in LA, and he figured that he would drive an hour inland to check out this weird McDonald's place he'd read about, and that was using some of the milkshake machines that he had sold. Kroc was impressed by what he saw. He had dinner with the McDonald brothers that very night. They had already sold a few franchises in California and Arizona, and they were looking for a knowledgeable industry veteran to franchise the concept back east, because they weren't super sure if their like outdoor concept could work in cold weather cities like Chicago. Well, there was Ray Kroc from Illinois at their doorstep. Burger King and Wendy's and Carl's Jr. and Jack in the Box, they were all getting started around the same time. Ray Kroc was not the only guy doing what he did, but he was obviously the most successful. He was the McDonald brothers'
Oh my god. What is this? That is something. That is that a lift? No. That is an entrance of some sort. Disgusting. It's like a red swamp, like Kaled. Like the Scarlet Rot, perhaps. Oh wow, there's structures down there. That'll be fun. And then a giant crystal structure. Where are we in the overworld? Oh. That has got to be the foundation of Raya Lucaria. I mean, they're all about the crystals. And it looks like the entrance is also under Raya Lucaria. Maybe I can get there from Raya Lucaria. I thought I had completely explored it, but I guess I'll have to go back. Because that does kind of look like a lift. Well, that'll be fun. All right. Little sneak preview of what's to come.
Designated franchisee for most of the US. If you're curious how he built McDonald's into the empire that it became, I highly recommend the 2016 book by my old public radio buddy Lisa Napoli. It's called Ray and Joan, The Man Who Made the McDonald's Fortune and the Woman Who Gave It All Away. She gave a lot of it to NPR, hence Lisa's interest. There's also the 2016 movie, The Founder, where Michael Keaton plays Ray Kroc. I don't love that movie, but man, I love Michael Keaton. Ray Kroc did not invent the hamburger or the drive-thru or franchising, but he's the one who put it all together in a magic formula. Ray Kroc built the centralized training facility that came to be known as Hamburger University, where franchisees get indoctrinated.
All right, time for our first boss fight of the day. Now I don't remember what this is. I went in here once, surprised myself with a boss, and then immediately teleported out. Oh, it's an enormous guy. A dragon guy. All right, this should be fun. Whoops. Okay, I'm back. Just wanted to get rid of the video window, since we're not going to watch that for the duration of this fight. Oh, what? So weak. I'm so over-leveled. At least show me what you got before I kill you. I don't remember killing one of these guys before. Was it in... where was it? It was in the Siofra River, I think. Wow, it's got cool lightning. Stab his ankles. That's a good way to do it. All right, one more big hit. Whiff. One more. Come on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, I thought maybe he had a phase too. That was cool. Mopping up these old bosses that we should have killed a long time ago. What an interesting area. What are these things? I think I've seen them before, but I don't remember where. How many souls did that give us? Like 20,000? Not that much. That's less than a single golden-eyed Zamor warrior gives. Oh, well. Big-ass corpse on a throne. What is that? What is all of this? Something good in here? Treasure chest. What do we got? Sarcophagus. Great Ghost Glove Wart. What does that do? That enhances your spirits? Yeah. Strengthens your ashes. Well, since times of old, large gloveworts were used to comfort heroic spirits, given in tribute to those who died the most glorious of deaths, in the hope their stories would become legend. So somebody very important was buried here, in this sarcophagus, and this must be a statue to them. It really looks like a corpse.
It was Kroc who pioneered franchise agreements with multiple quality control mechanisms built in. McDonald's would monitor quality via surprise inspections and secret shoppers, and if a franchise was
Oh, interesting. How do I get down there? It looks like I've already been. No, I haven't been. There's a site of brace down there I need to get. All right, let's do that.
falling behind on quality or just not adhering to corporate policy or whatever, well, then McDonald's could withdraw their franchise. They could take back the right that they bestow upon someone else to run a McDonald's restaurant in the style of McDonald's, thus effectively putting that franchisee out of business. And Kroc made his money by taking a percent of total sales, instead of just selling the milkshake machine for a one-time fee or whatever. This provided Kroc with an ongoing cash flow, and it made him invested in the success of the franchisees working under him. Remember that in the beginning, Kroc was himself a franchisee, but he was like a territory operator, like the Dairy Queen guys, so other franchisees worked underneath him. If you saw the movie The Founder, you probably remember the big scene between Michael Keaton as Ray Kroc and BJ Novak from The Office as Harry Sonneborn, a vice president at Tasty Freeze, who in the movie says to Michael Keaton, look, you're not in the burger business, you're in the real estate business. And he convinces Michael Keaton to start buying up sites that are suitable for a McDonald's location, and then he would sell or lease those properties to the franchisee. Thus, Ray Kroc would become the franchisor and the landlord. So he'd get the franchise fee as well as rent for as long as that franchise operated. To this day, real estate accounts for most of McDonald's assets. This scene in the movie is basically accurate from what I can gather, and what became known as the Sonneborn model, where the franchisor owns the real estate, that came to dominate the entire fast food industry because it just makes so much money for the franchisor. Ray Kroc and Harry Sonneborn bought out the McDonald brothers and became the company. You know, they went from being a franchisee themselves to being the franchisor in chief. And they were able to do that in part because they owned the ground on which their franchisees stood. Here's the rosy way of looking at it from the franchisee's perspective. Say you're a prospective McDonald's franchisee. All you've got is a bank loan and a dream. The franchise model, as originally conceived, was designed to exploit the local knowledge that the franchisee has about their own community. Traditionally, the local franchisee would have the best idea of where to locate, for example. But as this business professionalized, eggheads with traffic maps at McDonald's corporate in Illinois really did acquire superior knowledge of where to best site a McDonald's in pretty much any community. So they could make better decisions than the local franchisee. Plus, if corporate took care of the location, then the franchisee wouldn't have to worry about real estate stuff. They could just focus on managing their restaurant, which is legit a very big job. That's the rosy way of looking at it from the franchisee's perspective. Here's the cynical way of looking at it. By becoming the landlord, fast food companies like McDonald's and their imitators closed the noose around their franchisees' necks. Corporate controlled everything about the franchisee's business. The look, the menu, the price, the service, the physical plant and or the land underneath it. This turned the franchisee into an employee of the company in every way except in the management of risk. It's the franchisee who ultimately holds the financial.
I see now. So there's an upper level and a lower level, and it looks like you can't get to the upper level from the lower level, but you can get to the lower level from the upper level.
Financial risk, the debt or the sunk investment costs associated with their location. If the restaurant fails, it's the franchisee who loses their shirt. The franchisor, on the other hand, pocketed all of those franchise fees and rent payments, and even though the restaurant failed, the land is still good, and corporate can turn around and sell or lease that land to somebody else, perhaps a different McDonald's operator who might do better in that location. This model of overbearing paternal franchising allowed franchisors to outsource risk to the little guy while pocketing most of the rewards, because imagine how much of a restaurant's revenue goes to rent. Is that why the US government almost banned franchising circa 1970? Well, no. As bad as McDonald's was and is, franchising can be even more exploitative and irresponsible. Let's imagine a hypothetical scenario. Let's imagine that I, Adam Ragusia, let's imagine that I want to parlay my internet micro-celebrity into a restaurant chain. But I don't want to do any work or take on any financial risk or really do anything of any actual value. I just want to start up, scale up, and cash out, as they say. So what do? I go out and I find some vulnerable Adam Ragusia superfans who want to franchise my restaurant concept. I tell them I have a brilliant business plan that can't lose, though I'm light on specifics, and I get them to sign a franchise agreement with me where they pay an enormous fee up front. Maybe I tell them the upfront fee to me is really big, but the ongoing fees with me are going to be small. So hey, it'll all balance out over time. Those vulnerable superfans go to their local banks and get business loans with their houses and their cars as collateral or whatever, and they pay me my exorbitant one-time franchise fee, and at that point I have a few options. I could put all of these fees into my new Swiss bank account and abscond to some sunny locale that doesn't have an active extradition treaty with the US. Maybe Crimea, I don't know. That's one option I have. I could just sell franchise fees for a restaurant concept that doesn't really exist, or maybe it's just terrible, and I can run off with the profits to the next town full of suckers. This is what we call a fly-by-night operation. Another option, if I just want to get rich quick with no care for ethics, another option is that I could sell franchises for exorbitant one-time fees, which on paper would make it look like my company has enormous revenue. Never mind that those were one-time fees, so this revenue stream is completely unsustainable, but before anybody catches up to that reality, all I got to do is sell my company to some deep-pocketed but deeply stupid buyer. Or I could sell it on a stock market, and a stock market is like one gigantic, deep-pocketed, deeply stupid buyer. I pump up my initial public offering by highlighting my revenue, which I know is purely temporary, but stock buyers don't really know that. I sell a bunch of stock and then I abscond. Legally this time, because it is not necessarily illegal to sell a terrible stock to gullible people. I mean, there are investment disclosure laws and all that, but good lawyers can work around those. I just sell my worthless company.
Oh my goodness, that is gorgeous. kind of looks like Nokron. Is this Nokron? Is it multiple places?
Company as stock, and I whistle my way to the bank. I give my franchisees a worthless business plan with no training, no supply, no support. Their businesses fail, and they lose their homes or whatever they used as collateral to get their business loans, and the stockholders see their share prices go to zero, and that's that. I laugh all the way to Bermuda or whatever, because I sold my stock a long time ago. This kind of thing happened in the Wild West days of franchising, which was basically
Nuxtella Eternal City. That is very cool. So this is okay, so there's where I fought that dragon guy. There's a big open place here, and yeah, this is a cool area. Can't wait to clear it. I think that I'm going to touch that site of grace, and then we're going to go do something else. We'll save this for next time. I think that's enough underground. Is that a guy riding an ant? Oh, wow. They ride ants down here. So these guys look similar to the ones from Nokron. Nuxtella. Kind of sounds like it's derived from the Latin words for night and star, which makes sense. It's pitch black, but they're stars. They look like stars. It's gorgeous. Kind of reminds me of I forget the name. It was a beautiful magical city in Dark Souls 3. Started with an I. All right. Well, we'll do this next time. I thought I was going to be getting to programming by now, but I actually have to take a call pretty soon. So I think we'll play Elden Ring a little bit longer, or maybe just do a little bit of Android. I haven't decided. That'll be fun. Can we see? Yeah, there's the big open place over there. There's another big open place over there. Fascinating. Alright, so I want to go back to... So this, I believe, is fully cleared. I can't think of any other ways forward. This is not fully cleared, not by a long shot. Across the roots, the nameless eternal city. So there's 3 eternal cities. Fascinating. Great waterfall crest, deep root depths, the nameless eternal city, and across the roots. I know there was a cool big boss fight area over here, and I think that it's a highly leveled area as well, so that'll be fun.
The 1950s and 60s. Consider the case of Minnie Pearl's Chicken. Minnie Pearl was a character actor from the Grand Ole Opry and Hee Haw. In the late 60s, Nashville entrepreneur and professional crank about town John J. Hooker got to Minnie Pearl, and he got her to give her name to a chain of chicken restaurants he would launch to challenge Kentucky Fried Chicken. They basically did what I just described as option number 2. They sold a bunch of franchise agreements for big upfront fees that they recorded on their books as income on the day of signing, and this made it look like they were going to make way more money than they actually were, because these big fees were one-time fees, and they rushed the company public based on these deceptively great earnings reports. They sold a bunch of stock way above its real value, and at that point the chain could live or die for all the founders cared, and Minnie Pearl's Chicken, unsurprisingly, failed. Minnie Pearl was a celebrity So there was a big public scandal and an investigation in which the Securities and Exchange Commission eventually cleared Pearl and Hooker of having done anything illegal, but they were still fly-by-night artists and had been exposed as such in the public eye, to the point where pumping up your initial stock offering based on one-time franchise fees with little, if any, actual underlying business, this became known as mini-pearling it. Mini-pearling it. Oh, you heard about that guy who's doing a new burger chain in the Southwest? That guy is totally mini-pearling it. They're going to be out of business in a year. So, the public and the politicians representing the public started to form a narrative about franchising. A narrative in this context meaning a story that somebody tells themselves, accurate or not. The narrative about franchising was that it was a pyramid scheme. Really, any business that sells you the ability to do business yourself could easily be a pyramid scheme. Colleges and universities might be pyramid schemes. A graduate program that produces PhDs whose only career prospects are to teach graduate programs to produce other PhDs whose only career prospects are to teach graduate programs, etc. Hey, that's a pyramid scheme you got there, Dean. The U.S. public in the late 60s thought of franchise agreements as...
I want to take a look at that, but I think I'm in combat. Oh, hello. These guys are so pathetic. Fantastic, so we can see now. So that is a cross-section of the Erd tree. That's where we spawned. That's where we are now. Across the roots. Yeah, I think this is the boss fight that I was talking about. And then yeah, this is where the coffin was that took us back to the Angel River well depths. Did we go down here yet? I don't believe we did. Maybe we did. I'm not sure. We'll find out. We'll get this 100% complete.
As a way for the big guy to take advantage of the little guy. A slick-talking huckster makes a bunch of big promises about the American dream and whatnot, and then flies off with a big bag of cash while mom and pop are stuck with a worthless store and a crushing debt to their local business bank. Legislators and courts were looking to get tough on franchisor abuses, and that's how we got the case of Chicken Delight. Chicken Delight was a fried chicken chain originating in, you guessed it, Illinois. It was founded the same year as KFC, but it was a much more traditional recipe compared to KFC's chicken. KFC's whole thing was the Colonel's patented pressure fryer that produced incredibly juicy meat in a fraction of the time. But because of all of the moisture that's trapped under the airtight pressure lid, the skin is not terribly crunchy. Chicken Delight chicken was fried the normal home-style way, in an open vessel, an open kettle, if you will. A commenter on my last episode argued that open kettle, the original name of Dunkin' Donuts, would have referred to any large frying vessel with no lid, to distinguish it from like a coffee or tea kettle. When you fry without a lid, you allow moisture to escape, and you can get much crispier breading on your chicken. KFC introduced its extra crispy chicken in 1972, specifically to counter the competition from Chicken Delight. But while other franchisors took steps to ensure quality control over their franchisees, Chicken Delight didn't, really. Nor did they charge a big upfront fee, which is good, I guess. The way they made money was they sold the equipment and the packaging and the batter mixes and such to the franchisees. That doesn't seem like a terrible business model to me. At least corporate is still invested in the franchisee's success that way, right? Because the more product the franchisee sells, the more ingredients and more paper cups and stuff they buy from corporate. Plus, a small additional markup on those supplies that the corporate added to help pay for their centralized advertising and operations and such. Chicken Delight was not a very well-run franchise network, and lots of stores struggled and failed, and this naturally resulted in recriminations and lawsuits. One group of spurned Chicken Delight franchisees filed a class action suit alleging that Chicken Delight had violated U.S. antitrust law, anti-monopoly law. They'd violated that law by tying franchise eligibility to an agreement to buy ingredients and supplies at a higher than market price. Because remember, Chicken Delight Corporate funded itself by attaching an extra fee to all of the supplies they sold to the franchises. The spurned franchisees won in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in California. The decision effectively broke all of Chicken Delight's franchise agreements and probably lots of other franchise agreements. Some Chicken Delight locations kept going independently under sound-alike names like Chicken Tonight, but Consolidated Foods, which was the corporate parent of Chicken Delight, which later became Sara Lee, by the way, they were done after Siegel versus Chicken Delight, and they gave up on the brand, totally. A successful franchisee of many Chicken Delights around Winnipeg, Chicken's Delight around Winnipeg, that guy, named Otto Koch, bought what remained of Chicken Delight in Canada, and the Canadians remain delighted by said chicken to this very day, but the chain is dead in the U.S. because of an arguably overzealous reactionary ruling from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that was subsequently effectively overturned by later Supreme Court decisions. This is the environment that Dunkin' Donuts founder Bill Rosenberg was living in when he and other franchise industry bigwigs founded the International Franchise Association to advocate for the interests of franchisors, not franchisees, mind you. They could have called it the International Franchisor Association, but that would have said the quiet part out loud, so they called it the International Franchise Association to imply that they advocated on behalf of franchisees as well as franchisors, which of course they really didn't, because no one could. And who was the first president of the IFA? Al Tunick, the guy who started Chicken Delight. In fairness to the IFA's founders, they say that the whole reason they built the organization was to work out a set of ethics for franchisors to follow so that the industry could self-regulate before the government stepped in to regulate them. And that is basically what happened. Industry codes of ethics are good. IMHO, self-regulation is good. But it was also lobbying efforts on the part of the IFA that killed federal legislation aimed at regulating the franchise industry. And the IFA succeeded in stopping or watering down similar legislation at the state level in many cases. The Federal Trade Commission ultimately enacted much of what that federal legislation would have done anyway. The FTC simply adopted rules under its pre-existing statutory authority, and these rules require that franchisors disclose a ton of information to franchisees. And for example, and I reckon that's a very good thing. The IFA went on to lobby against pretty much every piece of pro-worker employment legislation considered over the last 70 years in the United States, like raises in the minimum wage. I think that kind of sucks. But I don't think that I am opposed to the franchise model of restauranting, at least not in principle. Franchising is, like so many other facets of modern life, a mechanism of institutionalized mediocrity, which is both a good and bad thing. Because, we used to have lots of bad food and a little good food. Now, with chains, we mostly have a bunch of mediocre food. And you could say the same thing about the jobs that people have now, thanks to franchising. But I'll tell you, there's a new Dairy Queen here in Knoxville on Kingston Pike near Westtown Mall, Knoxville, Tennessee. just opened a few months ago, and it seems to be a like family-owned franchise with multiple generations working in the store. The older daughter is such a badass on the drive-through intercom. She is like an air traffic controller, totally in control of the chaos. And these folks clearly have the pride and purpose of owners, something you could never get out of even the best paid employee. These folks, I reckon, are owners, and they have pride in the food. I got this cheeseburger from that Dairy Queen the other day that I just had to put on Instagram because it was so beautiful. It's like how the burger in the commercial looks, but real. I love Dairy Queen. And I don't think that franchising a Dairy Queen or even working at a Dairy Queen has to be a soulless, low-status slog. To me, Dairy Queen is now a rich American culinary tradition, and I'm really glad to see these folks upholding that tradition with particularly high standards and keeping it going. That's the best of what franchising can be. But here's the sobering statistic with which lawyer William Killian ends his obviously pro-franchise legal history of franchising. He ends by quoting from a 2005...
Okay, it says I should try to attack the tree. Let's do it. That wasn't very exciting. I thought maybe it was a guy in disguise.
book called The Economics of Franchising by a couple of well-regarded economists. These economists wrote, quote, "The notion that franchising poses substantially fewer business risks for franchisees than starting an independent business, this is not supported by the data. In other words, franchises fail at about the same rate as comparable independent businesses. So keep that in mind before you sign away your life to a franchisor. You are not buying a sure thing." Of course, you are buying a sure thing when you tuck into an episode of the Adam Ragusia podcast, because it's free, and I make absolutely no promise of delivering anything of value. I hope, but I don't promise. I hope this ep was valuable to you. Make good choices. Next time we'll talk to you about something other than fast food. Talk to you next time.
Damn. Yeah, that was a pretty good episode. I enjoyed it. Learned a lot about the history of franchising and the etymology of it. That was awesome. That was actually my favorite part. I like that amount of analysis where you find that there are two words that mean the same thing, and they're probably just from two different languages that English sort of subsumed. Let me just kill this bear and then I'll get rid of that window. Oh no, bear hugged. He doesn't do very much damage. Pretty sure I was supposed to come down here a long time ago. Nice. Give me those bones. Oh, okay. Flesh and blood. No bones. That's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna have to take a break in 30 minutes. Let's check out that boss up on the hill. And then, yeah, I also need to grab something to eat. But maybe we'll do a little bit of reading about UI Automator. Let's find out what's up here. I think I gotta get on those roots. Hate those things. How many souls we got? 165,000. That's a bit. Yeah, it's like half a level. think there's a... Oh, I can't use my map. Must be an enemy nearby. What's this? Oh, I've already been here. I am sad. Now we gotta go all the way around. Oh, there's an item up there. Should grab that. Let's try this again. I'll try not to jump off unnecessarily. Oh, okay. Yep. As soon as I say that. So, nothing up there. Gotta go this way. Here's another one of those annoying guys. He's gonna rain fire on me and it's gonna hurt. Two of them. Hopefully I can outrun it. Seriously? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't die. But I'm not happy. Gotta start over again. Just checking to see. Oh, I don't have to start over. That's great. Okay, now I die. Now I die. Yep. Is there another podcast? I don't think there is. Let me check. Podcasts. There's a lot of older ones. So we've seen all the recent ones. We haven't seen the one with Dairy Farmer Manjeet. Tiny microphones. I don't remember watching that one.
It's the Adam Ragusia podcast,
yeah, sure,
episode
let's watch
61. I'm Adam Ragusia. I got internet famous by making videos about food, but today I would like to sing the praises of tiny mics.
That sounds terrible.
If you're like me, you've noticed the trend of TikTok and TikTok-style content creators speaking on camera into tiny baby microphones that they hold up to their lips. Most of my favorite food and fitness short-form video creators are talking into tiny mics these days. You may have even seen the guy who sticks his in among the tines of his balloon whisk to improvise a handle for his tiny mic. Hilarious gag, that is. And no, this is not just a case of idiot kids misunderstanding how to use their equipment. As a card-carrying younger old, that is, someone who is young enough to understand the internet, but is too old to ever fully understand.
It must be the microphone. It must be the tiny microphone. Like the subject of the podcast is ruining the podcast. That sucks.
Here's something ironic.
No. What's the one before that? Jack and Diane and representing food and song. Ooh. Yes, I want that. I love when Lauren is on the podcast. I love the more improvisational tone.
And the garlic seems to be almost pureed. It's the Adam Ragusia.
Sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
It's the Adam Ragusia podcast, episode 57.
I didn't used to like them. I love them now.
With me is my lovely wife, Lauren, recording this on Mother's Day.
That's right. Yeah.
Best mother I know, right here.
Aw.
And we are going to talk about some, sort of like home cooking time savers and efficiencies that we have been learning about lately, experientially, as we have tried to institute more strict evening mealtime with the kids. And we're making them eat, or at least try, what we eat, right?
Yes. Although what we eat, we have been to that quite a bit.
Well, we'll get there. But what we want to talk about first is kind of like our favorite like new hot tip to share. And this is hashtag not an ad. What is this, honey?
It is from Trader. I bought it at Trader Joe's, but it's not Trader Joe's.
Hold it
brand.
up for the people on home video.
It is crushed frozen cubes of garlic. Each cube is supposed to be 1 clove of garlic. And they're frozen, and you can pop them out.
And the garlic seems to be almost pureed, right? Like it's nearly liquefied.
Yeah.
And in terms of, this particular brand, which comes from Israel, ingredients are garlic, water, sunflower oil, probably there to prevent some oxidation, and sea salt.
Oh,
and
there's
that's
salt
it.
in it. I didn't know there was salt in it.
Just as a preservative, I'm sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We also have ginger.
So, and they make ginger too. They make tiny little frozen squares of garlic and of ginger. And
I got the ginger at Target.
why is this so darn revolutionary? This is the first instant garlic product that that Ragusia gets the Ragusia seal of approval.
Lord.
Yeah. Hashtag not an ad.
So when I was in college before you came along, I used the jar of garlic.
Jar of garlic, right? Which is not terrible.
Yeah, and I didn't know, and it was fine.
Yeah.
I don't think I, at that point, even knew how to, break garlic down.
Is that the international symbol for break garlic down?
Break it down. Smash it. Chop it.
Okay.
Peel it, etc. And then you came along at about the same time that I listened to Anthony Bourdain's Kitchen Confidential.
Which is a book where he has like a funny but regrettable line about garlic. Do you remember what he says?
He says that's not, or no, he talks about what comes out of the end of a garlic press. That's not garlic,
yes.
He says.
Yeah, if you're too lazy to prepare garlic, you don't deserve to eat garlic, is what Anthony said
Which
in that first book.
Super-duperty ableist, not nice thing to say, but...
Yeah, and that he completely retracted later in his life. He was just like, I was an angry cook. I was hopped up
like
on...
to have strong opinions.
Yeah, exactly, Yeah. And no, he would not have said that again later on in his life.
And so then I, at that time, because I had an Italian boyfriend and listened to Anthony Bourdain, I started using real garlic, which is delicious.
Sure is.
And I literally never used anything but real garlic. We've been, 17 years together until, and I'm sorry, I don't know if you know this, but I saw these on the Bon Appetit website.
Oh, in my own home.
So this is not like, I discovered a thing. I was like, no, the internet told me about a thing and I bought it and it's great.
BA folks love you. Big fan. I was before I started doing this for a living, and now I can't really watch any other food content on YouTube lest it kind of drive me insane. Gets in my head. But okay.
I use these all the time for everything now.
These are incredible. This is like the garlic solution that I've been waiting for. And let's talk about why it works. Because we've tried everything. And in fact, we've tried everything on a video. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, the paste. And
we did one of my first videos.
Yeah, that was a fun one. We tasted all the different...
It was a garlic alternative taste test, right?
Yeah, that was fun.
And that was fun. But garlic powder is fantastic stuff. It just doesn't taste like garlic, right?
And it burns.
And it burns really, really badly. All garlic burns badly, but dried garlic burns badly because it doesn't have water, and so it burns more readily, yes. So garlic powder is delicious, but it's kind of, I always describe, it's more like as dried mushrooms are to mushrooms, right? Like not the same thing.
I think it tastes like garlic smells.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
Okay, well, hold that thought. We might get there. Okay, the jarred garlic tends to be okay, but it just lacks
it's mellow.
Punch. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Very mellow.
It's too mellow. Garlic in a tube, same thing, but even worse, right? Like it just tends to have no punch whatsoever.
Or it has like a weird, sickly sweet taste to it.
Well, because they try all kinds of different preservatives to get around the fundamental problem that I am now going to elucidate.
Okay.
Which, is that the right word for that? Is that even a word?
Yes, it is a word, and you used it correctly.
Okay. Because it sounds like the kind of thing people would just say to
No, it's real.
sound like they're going to elucidate something. It's like, Your vocabulary is ostentatious.
I mean, it is a little bit ostentatious.
I know, it's just funny that the word ostentatious is itself ostentatious.
Go ahead and elucidate.
I will elucidate. Okay, so the problem with prepared garlic products is that the primary chemical component of garlic that we know and love from the taste of it, I mean, there's lots, but the one that really makes it different from any other allium, any other onion, garlic is a kind of immature onion bulb, basically. What makes it different from all other alliums is this chemical called allicin, which is created when you damage the garlic. When you crush the garlic, cut the garlic, there's two other chemicals in there they're normally kept segregated by cell walls, and when they are able to come together, they create this thing called allicin, and that is how would you describe the heat of garlic?
Yeah, it's got like a spicy. It's spicy in my mouth.
Do you want to tell them that story?
We went to this really wonderful restaurant here at Knoxville. The food is incredible. And
was it J.C. Holdaway?
It was.
Yeah, that's a good place.
I'll highly recommend.
J.C. Holdaway, downtown Knoxville, Tennessee. Go.
But we ordered the dessert, and it came with ice cream. And what they did not tell us, and I think the waitress didn't even know because they changed the ice cream flavor frequently, is that the ice cream had like chili powder in it or something.
Which, by the way,
No. Don't do that.
No.
Don't do that. Anyways, I took a big bite of ice cream, and it was like, it doesn't hit you immediately. Like, I swallowed it, and then afterwards my tongue was burning, and I don't know, I just said to you, it's spicy in my mouth.
In my mouth.
And you've never let me forget it. And now the internet knows.
It's like, well, where exactly else would it be spicy, honey?
Well, one of our children likes to say that his lips are spiced out.
Well, this is the thing, because capsaicin, the stuff that's in chili, will affect these pain receptors that you have in all of your mucous membranes, not just the ones that are in your mouth. So there are spots like the eyes and perhaps even more sensitive areas of the body where
don't cut peppers and then go to the bathroom.
Don't cut peppers and go to the bathroom. Legit, like you will have a problem.
Ouch.
Yeah. So anyway, allicin and similar things that are in like ginger and lots of horseradish, right? What they do is they don't act. I don't think they act upon the same pain receptor that registers capsaicin, or if they do, they act upon it very differently. It's a different thing, but fundamentally, it's still a piece of food that you're eating, and in addition to the taste and smell sensations that it provokes in you, it also acts on pain receptors that you have in your mouth, and it's very easy for all of that to sort of become flavor in our minds, and arguably all of that is flavor, the sum total.
Well, because you were saying that it comes from when you like disrupt the garlic, and the texture of this is like that technique when you, instead of you like mince the garlic and then you take the flat of your knife on the cutting board and you like smash it,
or you grind it down with some salt or something like that.
And that's the texture of this.
And I think that might be more the result of the being packaged with salt and then being frozen, and then that would cause it to sort of a lot of cell walls to rupture or leak or something, right? But whatever. So the point is that allicin is the pungency in garlic. It's the main thing that you kind of want in garlic, in fresh garlic at least. And it doesn't work in prepared garlic products because it starts to break down the second that it is brought into.
Oh, what is interesting? So we just defeated this. Whoops. Go away. How do I get this to go away? It has to load first. There we go. Okay, that item that we just acquired, a talisman, boasts vitality, which makes you resistant to the effect of, I think Deathblight is mainly what that does. It says that the cyst came from the corrupted visage of one unable to die a true death. Visage meaning face. So it's a cyst from the face of someone unable to truly die. Indeed, it comes from the Prince of Death, Scion of the Golden Bough. I think Scion means like a in feudal times, like a servant of a lord. Golden Bough sounds like the Erd tree, and first of the dead among the demigods. So there's only a few demigods, and only one of them has died, or at least one of them was the first to die, and that was Godwin. They all start with God, and I can't keep them straight. But it was in the opening cutscene. He had a bunch of guys drive a sword into his back. So, yeah, sounds like he's not really dead. Sounds like he was unable to die. Maybe we're gonna find him down here. Terrifying. All right, let's do this for another 15 minutes or so.
Right? The half-life of Allison in an aqueous solution, room temperature, water in a watery solution, right? Half-life of Allison is, according to one study I was looking at this morning, 2.5 days. I think I've seen some others that would indicate it's even shorter, right? So it starts to go away the instant you create it. And so if you chop up some garlic in advance of your recipe, right, it'll taste great in the refrigerator, for today. Tomorrow it'll be little bit less powerful, and the next day it'll be even less powerful, right?
But if you flash freeze it.
Exactly. So this is pureed garlic, flash frozen in tiny cubes, and what you can do is you just. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, please don't get garlic in my
I'm not going to get garlic.
You just pop it out.
It's spicy in my mouth.
Shut
All right, you just pop it out, right?
Yeah.
You just pop it out directly into your pan. And that's it.
And it melts.
And it's, and I've been, as people on the internet have mercilessly made fun of me for it, I have advocated for freezing things in like little cube trays forever, right?
Yeah, bolognese in the ice cube trays, perfection.
Yes. The reason being that you can simply thaw out how much you want. You don't have to kind of crack off a chunk of ice.
Yeah.
And then, a big frozen thing with not much surface area takes a long time to thaw. But if you give it, if it's small, if it's got a lot of surface area relative to its total mass, it thaws instantly. And I made dinner for you tonight for Mother's Day, and I just dropped it straight in. I did some bacon in the pan, and then I was about to deglaze with a little bit of white wine, as one does.
The internet just went alive.
I know.
Goddamn.
And yeah, I just squeezed one of these out directly into the pan, little bacon Mother's Day, and I just dropped it straight in. I did some bacon in the pan, and then I was about to deglaze with a little bit of white wine, as one does.
The internet just went alive.
I know. and yeah, I just squeezed one of these out directly into the pan. I kind of bashed at it with the spoon a little bit to accelerate its melting a little bit, but it just fell right apart.
When I do steamed broccoli, after I've done steaming the broccoli and I drain the thing, I put the broccoli back in the pan, and then I drop a big pat of butter and one of those cubes in and put the lid on, and the heat's off, and shake it up, and it all melts right away.
Yeah, it's legit the greatest thing. I'm so impressed by it. And they make ginger too, which
is great because dealing with ginger sucks.
Yeah, ginger's kind of a pain to cut. But so is garlic, and everyone is. There's already, I'm sure, comments. People being like, "They're so lazy." Blah, blah, blah.
Or you haven't tried this hack to cut the garlic.
Okay.
It's
no, dude.
Nothing is. It's all.
I've tried all the hacks.
They're
and they
all fine.
Work a little and save you a little bit of time, maybe, but not much. Okay. And please, for God's sake, let's not confuse laziness with efficiency.
Yeah.
If every single time someone was trying to make any system in this world more efficient and everybody was just like, oh, you're just so lazy, why don't you?
All right, we're going to go in this room that looks like a boss arena. We're going to find out what's in there. Looks quite a bit like a boss arena. Also, the map shows this big, dark tree. And it does. It looks very dark. It looks sick and twisted. And there's a scaly fish mermaid. I hate it. Are those flies buzzing around it? I think we're gonna kill that. Oh, there's a bangle around its wrist. Like it used to be a person. I think that's an arm. I'm having some trouble seeing where the head is. Alright, what is this thing? Gonna come to life and attack me? Come on. What's going on? What are you? You're terrifying. You're a weird tree person. Is that his back? Is he facing? Yeah, I think we're looking at his hunched back. But I'm not sure. But what is that circular thing? Just come to life so I can see you. Maybe it's not a boss. Maybe it truly is a corpse. What is it? Okay, something's happening. Fia's champion? But I like Fia. Why would Fia's champion try to destroy me? It's like an NPC. Oh, okay, it does not have much health. Now what? I was excited for a big boss fight. Another. Are we gonna fight every NPC? Have I met these people? Don't remember. He's a little bit harder to defeat. These sorceries are... I'm just not used to them. How do I counter them? I know I have to roll, but I'm just not used to it. Good thing I do a lot of damage, or he just doesn't have very much health. Oh, really? Come on, that is like no health. Nice, okay. Round 3? Round 3? What do you got? Who's next? 2, 3. Wait a second. That looks like I used to look. It's Lionel. Oh, Lionel was one of Fia's deathbed companions. So Fia has been at these people's deathbed when they die, and as a result, their spirits serve her. Who are these guys? He's got the anime hair, like Radagon. And gravity sorcery, like Radagon. Cut that up. They're trying to put me to sleep. I don't want to be put to sleep. Nice. This guy's cool. Got him. Is that all of them? What is this thing? Fia's Mist. Very cool. And there's a portal. But what is this ginormous corpse? I would love to know more. What am I looking at? What's with those circular features? Is that an eye? Kind of looks like an eye. Could this be the festering visage of the Prince of Death? Is this the Prince of Death? Is this Godwyn? Can I attack it? I'm gonna attack it. Okay, that's what I thought. A lord? Is this what happened to Godwyn after he was killed? Huh. Yeah, and this looks like Darkbirth. This looks like the Blight of Death. Love this game. How many souls do we have? Okay, not enough to level up. It's still quite a few. Let's go through this portal.
Why can't you just walk there? Why do you need a wheel? You know? Caveman Bob, why do you need a wheel? Why can't you just carry it? Right?
But also, you know, when I'm cooking...
We're in the capital. We are in the actual capital. Huh. Yeah, I've been here before. This is where we came in. Fascinating. Are we directly above where we were before? Almost. The throne of the Prince of Death. He's right underneath here. That's fascinating. Is there something special in this room I'm supposed to get? Has anything changed? I don't think so. I'll never say no to a beautiful view. Show me the beautiful view. That is a gorgeous view. Alright, I'm gonna go back to this Erd tree, because as I recall, there was something cool there. Can I get there from this tune? Oh hey, Charlotte Mitchell. I totally didn't see you there. We are playing some Elden Ring, and we just defeated Fia's champions at the throne of the Prince of Death. And now we're gonna check out the landscape directly above the Prince of Death, because I have a feeling that those roots might extend into the real world. There's a bear. Let's kill that bear.
Dinner however many nights of the week.
A lot lately.
And there's a chance that, you know, the people that I make it for are not going to eat it. Then the notion that I smashed the garlic and peeled it, and then I had to pick up all the little papers and throw them away, and then I had to wash the damn knife, and the garlic
paper
was dried
sticks
on it.
because it's got the sticky garlic juice on it.
And you've got the cutting board, and so, you know what? At least if my children are going to smell everything on the plate and then be like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't chop garlic.
By the way, the older one is now believes that broccoli is spicy.
Because I put garlic on it.
Because you put garlic on it.
But he ate it, so I didn't care.
He did.
He did.
He likes broccoli a little bit.
He ate it all. He kind of makes this face while he's eating it.
But he still eats it.
Yeah, he ate it all. He didn't cry, so that was good.
and to be more specific about it, there's a lot of cooking that I do where I don't need to get out the cutting board. Like when I make pasta, the only reason I get out the cutting board usually is to cut the garlic.
Yeah.
Okay, so like tonight the bacon, I snipped it in with scissors. I always do that. It's much easier to do with scissors, right? And then herbs, just tear them in. Cheese, just grate it in. Everything else can just get poured in. Nothing else needs to dirty the cutting board or the knife, but the garlic. And the garlic gets it really dirty. You can't just like wipe it down because it's so smelly and it's it's sticky. Yeah, exactly. So what the sort of the frozen cube technology allows me to do is to make more stuff without having to get out the cutting board and dirty the knife that I'm then gonna have to hand wash because you don't want to put a decent knife in the dishwasher. And so I am sold 100% on frozen cubed garlic and ginger. I think this is the solution I've been looking for, and I heartily endorse it.
I wonder if they make them with if they made them with other frozen cube of basil or frozen cube of rosemary, if it would be the same.
I don't think it would, because those... Well, I don't know, because they would... they say that they're flash frozen, and I don't have any reason to disbelieve that they're flash frozen. And flash freezing is just when you use like liquid nitrogen or something to freeze something much faster than you could by just sticking it into the freezer. And this results in teeny tiny little ice crystals that are less likely to perforate cell walls which makes things sort of gummy and brown and whatever. So if they flash froze like a pressed cube of basil leaves, I feel the basil starts to brown so fast and get nasty that I feel just being pressed into the cube shape would probably turn it brown unless you froze it immediately after. I mean immediately.
Okay.
So I'm thinking no. All right. But what else could this be useful for? Things that you'd use a small amount of really frequently. Is it just for ginger and garlic?
Probably.
Horseradish? Not a lot of people.
Yeah, and that just comes in a jar and tastes fine.
Yeah. It just comes in a jar and tastes fine.
I mean,
well said.
thank you.
Well, we're going to talk about some more kind of,
It is the end of the day.
family mealtime efficiency hacks that we have kind of come across recently. And so basically our children
This over here.
are both terribly fussy eaters.
One more than the other.
One
but-
more so than the other. And we kind of gave up at some point.
Yeah.
And really just stopped feeding them. There's certain things I make for them that they love, but not many.
Oh wow, is that death blight? It is. That's death blight. I was wondering if we would see some death blighted stuff when we came up here, because we're right above Throne of the Prince of Death. This omen has had his horns chopped off. He used to think they were growths, but they're just horns. The base of the horns. So has this tree succumbed to death blight? I don't see the spiky branches coming out of it. All right, time for a break. This has been so much fun. Let's see. I think we're going to take a nice long break because I need to bake lunch, do a little bit of cleaning. I'm looking forward to doing Android automation after this. So, let's see. Let me change the stream topic and set a timer for let's come back at 1:30, so 30 minutes. Oh, yeah, 2:30. That's what I meant. 2:30. Nice. I'll put on some music and we will be seeing you guys in just a moment. And by a moment, I mean 30 minutes. All right, take it easy.
Something strange in me, something strange in me, something strange in me. Something strange in me, something's missing, running out of love. But you're my one escape, and I can't give you up. Give you up, give you up. I just wanna hold you. I wish I never told you. I feel us drifting. Don't question what we got. Can we take another shot? I hate this distance. I want you to feel my love more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. I want you to feel my love more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. 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 Even when you hold me close, you feel so far away. Far away, far away. Used to miss me, now I'm wishing things could be the same. Be the same, be the same. I just wanna hold you. I wish I never told you. I feel us drifting. Don't question what we got. Can we take another shot? I hate this distance. I want you to feel my love. Feel my love more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. I want you to feel my love. My love more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love more than anything. Want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my
called you, and it's been a few months since I tried to. Maybe I'm scared I'll say the wrong thing. My apartment's been shaking from the weight of a heart that's breaking. Pretend I don't care, but it's killing me. I'd be happy for you if you say you're happier with someone else. I'll be honest with you, just the thought of it hurts like hell. Oh, this time you've been thinking I moved on, but you should know I waited for you even
one who asked for the distance, but are you alone? Are you alright? And maybe you will judge me if I said that I hope you still love me. Feels like you don't. I'm scared that I might. I'll be happy for you if you say you're happier with someone else. I'll be honest with you. Just the thought of it hurts like hell.
Oh, this time you've been thinking I moved on, but you should know I waited for you. Even if I tried, I could never let you go. You should know I waited. I'm always waiting for you. You should know I waited for you. Even if I tried, I could never let you go. You should know I waited. I'm always waiting for you. brought me alive. Oh, we're all like monsters, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. It took my innocence without an alibi. Smoking gun, you got me on the wrong. We know that will come. We're out up till dawn, but how can I hide it without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. Took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive. Oh, we're all like monsters, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. It took my innocence without an alibi. get you out of my bloodstream. Now every day feels like a bad dream. You have nothing to lose. Polluted the air I was breathing. Tainted the truth I believe in. 'Cause I was high on your poison. While you and me repeat, this bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. sweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah. Havana, ooh, na, na.
Let's sing a song full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. To the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your name. The tide is high, say goodbye, let it say, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. When I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun.
All right, we're back after quite a long break. We were planning on 30 minutes, but I decided to extend it to 45 because I was having a good time. So, we're going to dive into some Android programming. Let me see. Can I show you that? Yes, I can. All right, so we've got Android Studio running. There it is. And we've even got a virtual machine here. We can see everything is working on the virtual machine. And if we hit run, we get our app. There it is. This was from the last stream, or the stream before the last stream, the Android stream, where we worked through the Jetpack Compose tutorial. This is very small text. I should probably make it a little bit bigger for y'all. 1 second. All right. It's a little bit better. Maybe a little bit too big. Keep working on it. Bring the music back, actually. I was enjoying that. We were an hour into the music. Yeah, let's hear some more of that.
We got a fire inside our soul that don't go out. We're beautiful people that can't quit pressing on. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look around, we are never alone. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look,
All right, that looks about right.
we are never alone.
Now you can see my code a little bit better. Can actually make the text a little bit bigger. Font size, Alt-Shift+. That's not working. Oh, Alt-Shift, period. Yeah, there we go.
It'll be alright again.
All right, so I think what we got to do is research a little bit about how to actually do UI automation. So here we are on the UI Automator website. Let's start at the top.
Pictures I've had pasted on my walls. I'm so happy we made it this far, 'cause I finally have them all. I've had pasted on my walls. I'm so happy we made it this far, 'cause I finally have them all.
monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat.
like I do right now. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna the street lights lit this town like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out.
It's not easy, I must admit. They really don't want you to see. They don't want you to see. But when it's dark at night, it gets harder for them to lie. When the city's sleeping, I collect their secrets buried in my mind. Will they ever see the light? When the city's sleeping, I hear all your secrets. You would lose your mind if you knew what's inside. When the city's sleeping, when the city's sleeping, they don't want you to see. When the city's sleeping, they don't want you to see. It's not easy, I must admit. They really don't want you to see. They don't want you to see. But when it's dark at night, it gets harder for them to lie. When the city's sleeping, I collect their secrets buried in my mind. Will they ever see the light? When the city's sleeping, I hear all your secrets. You would lose your mind if you knew what's inside. What's inside? What's inside? Know what's inside? What's inside? When the city's sleeping, I hear all your secrets. You would lose your mind if you knew what's inside. When the city's sleeping, when the city's sleeping, they don't want you to see. When the city's sleeping, they don't want you to see. Lately I've been losing my direction. I know, 'cause I've been trapped inside this heart of mine. If you could let me out of my body, this feeling's got me out of my mind. Without you, without you, without you beside me. Without you, without you, without you beside me. without without you beside me. Without you, without you, without you beside me.
I looked over my shoulder, saw you walking through the door. But you're not the same baby that I once knew. It's like I don't know you anymore. I feel the haze washing over you and me. I look for light inside the clouds. Sometimes the rain leaves as quickly as it stormed in. Looks like the worst is over now. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. I don't know you anymore. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. I don't know you anymore. Ooh, I don't know you anymore. I don't know you anymore. It's always hard to say goodbye to the one person that's on your mind. But I can't waste my time trying to make you see you can't take back another lie. You broke your promise to me long ago. Though I tried my best to believe, said your sorry ways would disappear. But now it's time for me to leave. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. I don't know you anymore. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. I don't know you anymore. Ooh, I don't know you anymore. I don't know you anymore. Something strange in me. 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 I don't know you anymore. Something strange in me. Something strange in me. Something strange in me. I don't know you anymore. Ooh, I don't know you anymore. I don't know you anymore.
I feel like something's missing, running out of love, out of love, out of love. But you're my one escape, and I can't give you up, give you up, give you up. I just wanna hold you, I will. Want you to feel my love. I want you to feel my love more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. 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 Even when you hold me close, you feel so far away. Far away, far away. Used to miss me, now I'm wishing things could be the same. Be the same, be the same. I just wanna hold you. I wish I never told you. I feel unrestricted. What we got, can we take another shot? I hate this distance. I want you to feel my love, more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. I want you to feel my love. My love, more than anything before. I want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my love more than anything. Want you to feel my love. Want you to feel my
And it's been a few months since I tried to. Maybe I'm scared I'll say the wrong thing. My apartment's been shaking from the weight of a heart that's breaking. Pretend I don't care, but it's killing me. I'd be happy for you if you say you're happier with someone else. I'll be honest with you, just the thought of it hurts like hell. Oh, this time you've been thinking I moved on, but you should know I waited for you. Even if I tried, I could never let you go. You should know I waited. I'm always waiting for you.
Who asked for the distance, but are you alone? Are you alright? And maybe you will judge me if I said that I hope you still love me. Feels like you don't. I'm scared that I might. I'll be happy for you if you say you're happier with someone else.
but you should know I waited for you. Even if I tried, I could never let you go. You should know I waited. I'm always waiting for you. You should know I waited for you. Even if I tried, I could never let you go. You should know I waited. I'm always waiting for you. I'm always waiting for you. Oh, you should know I waited. When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame, a past we simply let fade. Oh, but I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but know that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so. When there's no hope loving for you who saw me before I knew who I'd be. What I have around me means nothing to me if I can't share it with you. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame, a past we simply let fade. But I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You they brought me alive. Going around like nonsense, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my hands without an alibi. a bad trip, and you have nothing to lose. You hit the air I was breathing. You tainted the truth I believe in. 'Cause I was high on your poison.
Hey, semicolon, nice to see you. We're building an app that can control an Android phone using ChatGPT. Once it's done, the idea is you'd be able to just talk to your phone and give it commands, and it would do stuff for you.
Glad to have you here.
If you want to track the progress of this, you can subscribe. We do coding and gaming streams every week.
With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Hey, Semicolon, thanks for the follow. I just noticed. Yeah, we're gonna try to release an Android app called Wigli. It'll run as an accessibility service, and it'll be like your own personal assistant that you can talk to, like Siri, but with the ability to actually use the phone.
Havana, ooh, na, na.
Let's sing a song full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end, and they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. To the sun.
For those of you just joining, we are setting up to make an Android assistant named Wigli, who can use your phone for you on command.
Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your name. The tide is high, say goodbye, let it say, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun.
are we scared of the unknown and not the past? Look for distractions so we can get it off our minds. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look around, we are never alone. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look around, we are never alone. Don't give up, it's not the end. This could be the best that's ever been. Don't give up, it's not the end. Just give it time, it'll be alright again. Just give it time, it'll be alright again. It'll be alright again. It'll be alright again. It'll be alright again. We've got a fire inside our soul that don't go out. We're beautiful people that can't quit pressing on. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look around, we are never alone. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look around, we are never alone. Don't give up, it's not pictures I've had pasted on my walls. I'm so happy we made it this far, 'cause I finally have them all. The things you said on our first day night, I picked you up right at 5, what a perfect sight. You told me drive for as long as I'd like. It felt more than right to spend the time to make our hearts ignite. Why were you waiting for so long? To take me to places I belong. The pictures I've had pasted on my walls. I'm so happy we made it this far, 'cause I finally have them all.
난 어디 가도 빛나는 crown. If you wanna play then level up, 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 up. If you wanna feel the love, then level up. You know I'm right. 날 상대하지 마. 재미없잖아. You know that I don't wanna be with somebody less but fine. 네 모델 love, you ain't enough. I'm sorry. 그냥 가라, we gotta level up. You know I'm right. 날 상대하지 마. 재미없잖아. You know that I don't wanna be with somebody less but fine. 네 모델 love, you ain't enough. I'm sorry. 그냥 가라, we gotta level up. Right. 날 상대하지 마. I don't wanna be. Sorry. 그냥 가라, we gotta level up. 난 어디 가도 빛나는 crown. If you wanna play then level up, 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 up. If you wanna feel the love, then level up. You know I'm right. 날 상대하지 마. 재미없잖아. You know that I don't wanna be with somebody less but fine. 네 모델 love, you ain't enough. I'm sorry. 그냥 가라, we gotta level up. You know I'm right. 날 상대하지 마. 재미없잖아. You know that I don't wanna be with somebody seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat.
let's have a bit of fun till our downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
You paint a picture in my mind. You wanna leave it all behind. In a world that's turning all the time, nothing could stop me longing for your eyes. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around.
It's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. Darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
you over, you just can't breathe.
Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Take you. Over, you just can't breathe. Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel your bones start take you.
There's not a single day that passes without you on my mind. Not even 1 minute can end up before you come around. I yearn for the days when I see your face here before me. I long for the times you held me in your arms. Whoa. How I wish that you were here to give me everything I want. But I know that life's unfair and we can't always have it. I don't trick or treat, don't knock on my door. Don't want you no more. You broke me, and I don't wanna see you, and I don't wanna see you again. Now just trying, oh, to deny the fact that there's never less to you. I played the game but lost the bet. I don't wanna love again. Yeah, I don't wanna love again. Cause I'll be living with regret.
'Cause when you with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Now you're dealing in diamonds, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. Now you're dealing in diamonds, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining?
When you feel the world is over, when you say you're feeling lonely, if you ever need a shoulder, you know where to find me. Stop chasing all the city lights, breathe me in, go on and take your bite. Count on me to make you come alive.
lost our minds in the darkness of night. We live to die. We lose our souls every day. We lost our minds. We don't remember what's wrong and what's right. The world is dead, but we stay. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon. We are
conquering the spirit, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering the spirit, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering the spirit, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. Conquering the spirit, I'm busting through the ceiling.
come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
It's crazy,
control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
It's crazy.
It goes like
the beat take you over? You just can't breathe.
Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake?
There's not a single day that passes without you on my mind. Not even 1 minute can end up before you come around. I yearn for the days when I see your face here before me. I long for the times you held me in your arms. Whoa. How I wish that you were here to give me everything I want. But I know that life's unfair and we can't always have it. I'm gone, you want me back. Yeah, I gave you everything. Gave you a diamond ring to watch it fall from your head. I don't wanna love again, 'cause I'll be living with regret. I don't wanna love again, 'cause I'll be living with regret. And I don't wanna love again, 'cause I'll be living with regret.
Well, hey, left. Hey, Colin. Didn't see you there. It's a good question. If I had no programming skills, but I wanted to get back to this level, well, you got to learn how to use ChatGPT. But also, you need really good critical thinking skills in order to use ChatGPT. Because sometimes it makes mistakes that you got to catch it. So I would just start doing simple projects on like YouTube, like a tutorial, like Hello World tutorial JavaScript, and then just try to make a really simple like website. And yeah, I guess like W3 schools would be good. Let me put that in the chat. Maybe a specific W3 schools. W3 schools, JavaScript. Yeah. That's probably where I'd start, because it is the most popular programming language. Also, Python, like a getting started tutorial for Python, it comes on most Windows machines. But for doing programming, you need two things. You need knowledge of the space. Let me type that. Knowledge of the space, like what's what. Terminology. Popular systems. And then you also need just like a general skill with programming, because it's like creative problem solving, a lot of it. And in order to get general skill with programming, you can just practice, but in order to get knowledge of the space, you kind of need to be taught either in a school or by like articles and videos and ChatGPT. So yeah, that would be my answer. You got to mess around, hands-on, but you also need guidance from, so you need hands-on experience. Let me type that. Basically, you need hands-on experience with coding something to completion, coding things to completion. And you also need guidance from experienced people in the form of teachers, classes, articles, videos, streamers, and ChatGPT. Yeah. I'm really happy because I finally got the ADB command to work. We got the list of devices. So now we can get some interesting information. There we go. Now, which one is the clock? That did not work.
When you feel the world is over, when you say you're feeling lonely, if you ever need a shoulder, you know where to find me. Stop chasing all the city lights. Breathe me in, go on and take your bite. Count on me to make you come alive. You know where to find me tonight. You know where to find me tonight. When you feel the world is over, when you say you're feeling lonely, if you ever need a shoulder, you know where to find me. Stop chasing all the city lights. Breathe me in, go on and take your bite. Count on me to make you come alive. You know where to find me tonight. You know where to find me tonight. Find me tonight.
We lost our minds in the darkness of night. We live to die. We lose our souls every day. We lost our minds. We don't remember what's wrong and what's right. What's right. The world is dead, but we stay. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon
All right. Well, this has been a really fun stream, but turn that down a little bit. Yeah, this has been an amazing stream. We've gotten so much done. We just need to debug this gesture dispatcher, and I think it might be time to add in some GPT capabilities. That'll be fun. But I do have to go, so we'll probably pick this back up either later today or maybe tomorrow, or definitely next Monday. Yeah, this has been fantastic. So, thanks for watching. It's been a long stream, and we, to recap, we fought some bosses in Elden Ring, and then we made this whole Android app. It's got picture Wigli right there, and when you click on it, it dispatches the Wigli code, which at this time isn't really doing much, but we've got the framework for something that will work. So I hope that y'all have a fantastic rest of your day, and can't wait to see you again. Bye.